on, motherfucker, load. Shit. Finish. Finish, boy.
Descriptive web is live.
Deploy again.
Descriptive web is live.
Okay, that's all working. Fucking hate this keyboard. You're on live stream, you fucking dumbass. Okay. Controllers, chat, 1. Page not found. Oh, I gotta. Link it up, baby. Created by prompts, okay. Rock and roll. I hate this laptop.
What is it?
It's a tuxedo laptop. It's like fully supports Linux. Let's see if this works. HTM. Line. Why can't I establish a connection? Why does it say line is not defined? Line is not a function. Function? What the motherfucker?
Function.
Okay, so that works. Why can't I establish no connection, motherfucker?
Gotta do it.
Oh shit. Why is that not working? Shut up, dude. Why'd this shit break? It's a conflict of the route. I guess you can't have get and socket at the same. Okay, that works now. Let's make that a fucking pointer up in this bitch. Okay. Now we just gotta connect the AI, motherfucker. We just gotta connect up in this bitch. Do quick Commit. Right, that bitch.
Descriptive web is live.
Okay. Now comes the fun part. Add prompt. So does this in the body? Yes, it does. Okay. So we want to take. Where's add prompt? We want to run the command. We'll do a lib. I think this is a good use case for lib. Wait a second. That's not right. Message. Where's the model saved? Add new chat. Push set post temp repeat model. What does repeat mean? Oh yeah. Okay, so I gotta fetch the model first. Okay, motherfucker. Come on, bitch. What is model showing? Just the file name. Okay. How do you do home? I'm going to ChatGPT, ask it. Fucking keyboard is a piece of shit. This is fucking European keyboard. be valid. What the fuck is yellow? Okay. We shall try to see if it's hooked up, motherfucker. Llama is not defined. What? Supposed to do this. Shit, okay. Can't use that one. I'm gonna try Wizard. Why does it not work? Just tell me if it's doing anything. that fucking. Connect chat. Okay. Connect chat. Add new chat. Add delete funks. Oh, I gotta add this. There we go. What? It's on Wizard, motherfucker. Why the fuck is it doing that? What the fuck? What the model? It's not telling me anything. I don't think it's working. Why does it say that? Some more wizard. No. Maybe I got the wrong fucking parameters. No. That's all correct. say why. Or do I have to update the package? Node. Okay, well, which fucking one do we have? Bitch ass punk. Strike you for. Why is it not fucking loading? Why does this fucking work in the UI? Number expected. gotta parse int. Parse int. Actually, what I want. I bet temp is a string in the DB. Well, they're fucking strings. What? App crashed. Why did the app crash? Well, let's just hard cut it for now. See if that's the issue. Why is it loading? It's gotta be my code because it works from the command line. Tell me why? Maybe the message is on the phone.
Regulate. Thank you, man.
I don't get it. Motherfucker. Oh. What? Oh, now it's fucking crashing for the... Now they're all failing. What? Why does it say segmentation? Upgrading broke it completely. Well, that explains it. It's fucking broken everywhere.
What happened?
I upgraded the module and it stopped working with the models. Harbor Freight, yay. Let's see if anybody's watching. Somebody on YouTube watched. Okay, so at least we know it's not me. It's you, it's your code, it's not me. How do you fucking use it then?
but many of them positive, many of them, reflective of the ability for someone to persevere. And I didn't necessarily want to super. That's a 1-2 punch. So there's a lot of reasons why I like this film. I think the main one is obsession.
I'll be back, smoke break. We shall return, my brothers and sisters.
So I watched this hour-long interview with Sugar and it's about Judith. She's asking him questions about the movie, and he has.
Descriptive web is live.
You should have done it. You should have come up with maybe we know in advance.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Alex talked to Mel Gibson's dad. Sure. And he had some inside info about what happened in the piece. Mm-hmm. And man, they fucked up.
Uh-oh. And I talked to Hutton a few days ago before this aired, because his father, who's, again, just an expert on the New World Order, really respect his opinion on this. He said, well, I don't want you to talk about this on air until after it airs, but after it does, you're welcome to. They interviewed Mel for 3.5 hours, and then ended up, I guess, about 12, 15 minutes, I didn't time it out, where Mel's actually talking on the screen. He did a great job. I mean, most people, the top 3.5 hours, the interview is going to find something damning to use against them, but they were unable to do that in this interview.
Were they?
But Hutton told me that Mel told him that he said, when this comes out, I think I'm just going to go hide somewhere because of all the heat
Unfortunately, that joke was in the piece.
Oh no.
But what about Mel Gibson's Superstar, the box office lethal weapon?
Yeah, you want to see crazy?
Can you go back to making those films after this?
You know, I'm kind of, I don't know. I don't feel like I want to. I don't feel like I want to get in front of a camera anymore. I like getting
Cut to.
just being a slob behind a camera and watching other people look good. You know, I might not hurry back. I might go somewhere no one can find me. You know where that is? You know where's the place that no one can find you? I was thinking of pitching my tent right next to the weapons of mass destruction. Then no one would find me.
In the meantime, people from are weighing in surprising ways.
Yeah, so man, they cut that out.
I wish they would. If I was Mel, I'd be like, could you please cut that out?
I have two thoughts about it. First is, he really hasn't seen this. Right. He didn't watch the whole thing.
No, he said he didn't watch the whole thing.
Maybe watched a couple minutes of it.
He said he paused because he got bored.
He got tired of rewinding.
Bored of
The implication that he went back and watched the whole thing. Sure. Because he's covering it and he has strong opinions about it.
Yeah. You know, but he implies that.
He's making a direct claim that something that so, you know, whatever.
Evidence is iffy that he watched it.
We're going to find out later that he
Okay.
definitely didn't.
Okay.
But he's still at the beginning of the show pretending that he has.
Sure.
The other thing I'm thinking about, though, is that, like, at this time, there was really strong feeling that would be a good bet to make, that they would cut that out.
Yeah.
Because there was such a weird feeling about, like, dissenting against the war.
Sure.
You know, it's...
Well, we all saw what happened to the Dixie Chicks, and we were all like,
Yeah.
"Oh, they silenced us."
It's understandable to have a feeling that, like, Diane Sawyer would never allow that in the piece.
Yeah.
And so I understand where Alex is coming from in his prediction. I think that he should have confirmed whether or not his prediction was correct before he celebrated.
Yeah.
Boy, I feel like at that time period it goes the opposite direction. Like I feel like they were more willing to cut things out and make people look ugly back then than they are now. Now think about all the times that they're like, oh, footage unearthed from blah 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 with this person saying the N-word 300 times to their mom or whatever it is. You know, like that's probably on every editor's tape for the past 30 years from some asshole, and they just delete it and they're like, oh well, we can't use it because then we won't have access to this guy anymore.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Now, that is almost certainly true. But also, well, maybe not everybody, but a lot of folks.
Yeah.
But, like, the aspect of critiquing the war in this way and saying, like, there's a never find me there.
Yeah.
Or whatever. You know, that is, like, cutting that out might make it look better. In as much as, you know, you could see some kind of a blowback from some sort of career consequence.
Yeah.
Leaving it in is, I mean, not like it's not like a brave move necessarily, but it is at least mildly risky.
Yeah, I would say so.
And so I get this, but I just don't get Alex going on air and talking about this shit without having watched the thing. It's weird.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That's not even laziness. That's insanity. You know, that's not. I wish laziness is like skimming through it at like, you know, like, I'll listen to okay,
It's rude. Yeah.
This is just insane.
Yeah. So, Alex, the part that he's clearly seen is this part that has Foxman, the head of the ADL, in it. And so he's decided that the narrative is that Foxman is backing off. Like, he's made all kinds of, like, rampant accusations and screamed about how Mel Gibson's an anti-Semite.
Sure.
And now he's backing off because
Right.
he realized that his plot didn't work.
Oh man! So if I understand correctly, this documentary about how the film might be anti-Semitic is responded to by Alex in a way such as singling out the only Semitic person there and being strongly anti.
I mean, the only reason I'm pausing slightly is I think there might have been another like Jewish scholar who was interviewed, but yeah,
Essentially.
yeah.
Now, why is the ADL backing off now? And why is the South Musical Center backing off, demonizing the Passion? Because their lies didn't work. It blew up in their face. Mel Gibson traveled this country from end to end, screening the film, and saw it. Harvey and others went to see it. They said, I don't get it. I don't understand how this is anti-Semitic. In fact, the ADL now injected that into the debate where if somebody watches it, that's all they're going to be thinking about now. In fact, created a overall dislike of Jews.
Whoa.
So if anybody is hurting Jews, I'd have to say it's the ADL.
Calm down, Alex.
Wow.
This is save that for your private conversations with ridiculous.
I like that twisting. I like twisting things around till you get to the point where, see, the only person who's really hurting slaves, all these slaves.
Especially the people who are enslaved who are complaining about it.
Oh my God, they're the ones who make me do terrible things to them. It's awful. Why are they making me do such bad things?
Right, I mean, like, it's the same kind of lines that some of the JBS, John Birch Society folks had during the Civil Rights time. It's like, these people who are pointing out inequalities are making white people racist.
They're the ones who are making us be more unequal.
Right.
Our dream is to be as equal as possible. Obviously.
Totally.
Number one thing we love to do. But when you point us out that we're not, it just makes us want to add more. That's not crazy. That's whiteness.
It's very common as a trend.
Yeah.
It
does seem to be that way.
So, Alex, like I said, you didn't watch this whole thing. For sure.
I made a good point in the piece, one of the pastors they were interviewing, that when Christians see a cross in major surveys, they feel, love and compassion and Christ's sacrifice. And that when they, quote, interview Jews and they see a cross, they feel threatened and that it's, this bad symbol. And that's ridiculous. Also, Mrs. Council on Foreign Relations,
That's ridiculous.
member Diane Sawyer, Mrs. Anti-Gun, who's been caught, putting out all these stilted and manipulated news pieces. She said, well, what about Hitler? He said passion plays were very useful to, show that Jews are bad. Mel Gibson came back with the best answer. He's so smart. He said, Hitler was an occultist. Hitler was a devil worshiper. That's what I say to people who call into this show and like Hitler. Hitler was a devil worshiper.
That's your problem?
Part of the Fool Society. Hitler was part of the Skull and Bones organizations that were founded in Germany. That's the facts. And 99% of people you talk to don't know about Hitler. In fact, the ADL and others branch around.
It's what we don't know about it.
An example of Christianity targeting Jews. And I resent that. I resent them saying a devil worshiper represents Christians. Adolf Hitler was an occultist.
So, whatever you want to say about Hitler's specific religious inclinations, that's an argument for another day. Diane Sawyer nor anyone in this piece said that Hitler was an example of a Christian. They just said that Hitler believed that passion plays were a useful tool in creating hatred against Jewish people. Right, that's all.
That's it.
Alex is responding to a point that no one made because his ability to respond to this piece at all relies on that. Also, it's painfully obvious that Alex didn't watch the whole thing. He thinks they cut out Mel's WMD zinger, and all of the specific things he's mentioning are all from around the same 5 minutes in the middle that he stopped at when he got impatient with the VHS rewind.
I was going to say, that sounds exactly
right there.
That sounds exactly right.
The reason that some Jewish people expressed a negative feeling towards seeing the cross is because of that history of deicide and the atrocities that have been carried out against Jewish people using that accusation as justification. Like, it's not something that is universal, but it's something that some Jewish people who were talked to and involved in responding to surveys.
I got some crazy news for you. But throughout history, a lot of people were not stoked to see the cross on other people walking towards them.
Yeah.
Not stoked about it.
That's true.
They were like, that's not good. Those people are murderers.
Right.
Those people wearing that cross, the murder people.
Crusades had some negative signifying with the cross.
Oh boy, talk about your evangelists, your missionaries. missionaries and the like. Ooh, not a lot of people like those guys walking around.
Right, you can
across.
understand some context to negative associations around this symbol,
Right.
without a hatred of the religion itself.
Right.
It is possible for those to be discrete things.
Right.
So it's interesting to me to see how little Alex cares about preparing for his job, even at this point in his career. I always like to imagine that he was a real hard worker in these earlier days, and then he got lazy later.
Right.
He can't even be bothered to watch an hour-long ABC interview before he spends a sizable chunk of his show complaining about it and using it to argue that the ADL is responsible for making anti-Semitism worse.
You know, I think here's the thing. Our investigation. Okay, you know, we've done 2015 investigations. We've done investigations, right? This one doesn't seem like there's an investigation element to it.
We're learning.
What we're learning, though, is that I think naturally a lot of people, me included, thought we're watching a decline. You know,
Yeah.
we're seeing him go from where he is now, you know, and then we're gonna go back up to where he started from. He was just at the same spot the whole time.
Well, here's what I think. Here's the thought that I'm coming around to. I think that you're right, but there's an aesthetic decline.
Yes.
That, I think, he has some traits that change that definitely appear much more different.
Sure.
He is all on,
Well, I mean, that's just like age, though, you know?
speed.
Right. No, I'm slower than I was when I was a young 25-year-old or whatever.
I'm saying he's faster later because he was doing drugs.
Oh, well, he did do a lot of drugs later. That's definitely true.
Yeah.
That's true.
And there's the sloppiness of clear progression of alcohol. Like, there's those things, but some of that is kind of aesthetic.
Yeah.
Now, here's the other thing. I think that there is a big decline from, like, 2008, 2009 times, which is another period that we've watched, to present. But I think it's a parabola. I think he's, like, kind of...
So we're in the upward ride right now.
I think he's similar in this 2003, 2004 to, like, more present time.
Sure.
But there was an attempt to
Right.
kind of make yourself look a little bit less of a horrible toxic figure in those times, because that was around when he was getting a bit more media attention. There was more of a mainstreaming that came along with the Tea Party stuff. I don't know this to be true for sure, but the episodes of 2009 in that time period that I've listened to, that's where the of the decline comes. I think he might have put on a little bit more of a professional thing.
So now he's in the old Tea Party era, right? Has his cup of coffee, and then after he gets that contract, just lets it go, gains a lot of weight, starts doing too many drugs.
But it's that he got during that time to buy the team.
It was a smart move. Like, player manager. He's like scratching, pencil me in for every single game.
That's kind of how it feels.
That's fair.
So, Alex has not watched this interview, but he has some important things to say about it, about how they cut out everything.
Okay.
So if you want to talk about the primetime piece, you're welcome to. Notice that a lot of them didn't make it. We'll be right back, folks. Stay with us.
He didn't watch it.
He didn't watch it.
He's making these declarative statements about, like, things that they cut out. They cut out all the important stuff. He doesn't know that. And here's the thing. It's not important whether or not anything Mel Gibson said was cut out or not. The reality is immaterial. There's a party line for Alex and his ilk, and it resonates with the emotional reality that the audience has. It feels true that they cut out all the important stuff of the interview, and so that's what Alex is reporting to them. It really is the definition of telling the audience what they want to hear. Alex knows what the audience wants well enough that he doesn't even have to watch the show to tell you that the shit was cut out. That's the narrative he was going to run with before his wife hit record on the VCR.
Yeah.
That was always going to be the thing. And if they didn't cut stuff out, then his inside information from Hutton Gibson is meaningless.
Yeah.
It was in the thing.
They have to cut stuff out.
Right. There's no payoff to that otherwise.
Right. And not just that. I mean, and cutting stuff out is the perfect thing. They didn't cut that out. The thing that you said they didn't cut out. Oh well, I forgot that part. But there's stuff you didn't see that they cut out. Is an unprovable. You know, like, oh, okay. Well, then let's go get the full 3.5 hour tape, Alex.
Well, here's where things get fun with that.
Okay.
Because Alex goes to break.
And immediately, here we go. All right.
I don't know what I'd do without my wife. She called me during the break and said, honey, I didn't take the entire primetime piece. I guess a few minutes of it, PCR was... They did leave the book about the weapons of mass destruction, which I couldn't imagine how they wouldn't, so I guess I was wrong when I predicted they wouldn't. Out of 3.5 hours of an interview, only 15 minutes of it or so. I mean, what an amazing quote that Mel Gibson was going to hide out in a tent with weapons of mass destruction.
What an amazing
after this movie comes out. Now, of course, I don't have it on tape. Hopefully, if somebody's got it, you'll send it to me.
Yeah, someone's gonna need to send that in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so apparently his wife didn't record the whole thing. And Alex didn't realize that somehow, which is weird. I don't get it. Like, this is more suspicious now. Like, wouldn't you have told him that sometime before right now when he's on air? How did he get impatient waiting for the tape to rewind if there was only like 5 minutes of the show recorded? None of this makes sense. I'd love to get to the bottom of this, but I suspect there's no hope. My guess is that someone at the office, maybe even his wife, pointed out that he was completely wrong about the WMD joke, and now he has to try and cover his ass before callers confront him about it, which is what would happen. So he just comes up with this baffling story about his wife's recording habits.
Bananas.
This makes no sense.
No.
I don't believe this.
What human beings behave like this in this? And all we're doing is watching. I need to understand this. We are talking about all we're talking about is watching a pre-recorded segment.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's trying to watch an hour-long ABC
All you gotta do.
primetime Diane Sawyer video, and it's a mystery.
And it is turned into a comedy of errors.
I'm baffled.
All you have to do is watch the tape.
Right. That would have been the easiest thing to do.
Oh my
but
God.
he didn't do that.
No, he didn't do that.
But he thinks he did it.
I don't know if that's okay.
How?
I
could
don't
he-
know.
He watched the whole thing. You know those primetime ABC things, they're like those overly produced.
So-
like, when they're going to break, they're like, when we come back.
Yeah.
If it cut off in the middle of like a commercial, or like before they went to break, you would know.
Yep.
If it cut off in the middle of a segment, you'd be like, hey, well, that was weird. It cut off. This makes no sense.
None.
None. No.
There's no explanation that isn't just I didn't watch it.
The idea that his wife called and said that makes no sense either.
Why is she listening to it? Does she listen to him every
She
day?
works for him
I
at
understand.
this point. She's like his
I understand.
webmaster and all that stuff.
Right. But I mean, like, come.
She probably listened some. I don't know. That's bleak.
Oh boy.
So anyway, take some calls.
Okay.
And one of the callers wants to complain about the interview, and it's so dumb. Alex hasn't seen it. Why are we doing this?
Let's talk to Gary in Ohio. Gary, go ahead.
Hi, Alex. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, a couple of quick thoughts on the interview last night. I watched the piece. I was actually very pleased with the result. I was surprised. I noticed that Diane Sawyer, I swear, she kept baiting him with these kind of questions, like a thing about Hitler and all that. Well, he kept coming up with brilliant answers. It's like you're right with the weapons of mass destruction. But it just, I got kind of, like, I wanted to hear what he had to say, but I really didn't want to hear what she had to say, you know? The questions were just, I don't know.
I feel like that's not
was it me, or
uncommon.
some of the questions seemed like they were really off the wall.
Well, they were, and it was an attempt to try to trap him, and I think that she failed miserably.
How do you know that you didn't watch it? You didn't watch any of it.
I think she failed miserably.
Right. Well, and she was so disingenuous trying to trap him. What? You watched 3 minutes
She
of
was
this thing.
playing traps. That's why I turned it off. I was like, Jesus, there's too many traps.
You watched 3 minutes, got mad at the head of the ATL, and then turned it off and grabbed a bottle of whiskey or something.
Yeah, I mean, that does seem like the mystery solved. That seems more like the,
No, you're so wrong. This mystery goes so much deeper.
Dude, I think we just had all the endings of Clue wrapped up in one right there.
No, because there's going to be a twist later that you don't see coming.
Okay.
But yeah, man, everybody loves it. Everybody loved that interview. And Alex,
Except for whenever the women talk, that was a problem.
sure.
Guy.
And I don't like the person asking questions.
Yeah.
All right.
Weird.
So, but I love the weapons of mass destruction line.
Oh, cool.
It's so funny.
Huge.
Let's talk to Roger in Pennsylvania. Roger, go ahead.
Thanks, Alex. That was such a superbly funny line. Well, just to make sure I've never found Hey,
I wish I had that on tape, because
You should!
I watched it, didn't see that.
You-
I'm glad that I'm wrong, because I predicted. I didn't make a prediction. I said, she probably won't put that in there. But they did. Why do you think they did that?
Oh, well, who knows? But
Yeah, who knows? Let's move along.
That's
Who
good
knows?
answer. I like that answer. That is the best answer I've heard.
Oh, maybe because our world is stupid and wrong.
Yeah, no, we're crazy. Let's move on. What do you got?
I believe Alex called it a prediction earlier in the show.
Earlier in the show.
But yeah, I'm going to walk that back since I was super wrong.
That was so wrong. I wouldn't call it a prediction. I would call it a bet. Yeah, I made a bad bet.
So, like I mentioned, Alex wants to make this all about Foxman, the ADL, and so here's him doing that.
I noticed he didn't ask that panel any Orthodox scholars from any faith.
Yeah.
That would be an anathema to her purpose.
What did you think of Foxman? I mean, he's pretty aggressive. He looked like a deer in the headlights.
But I'm glad you brought that up, because I think basically the reason he backed off is now finally that the movie has come out to shut up, because he's going to lose even his milquetoast liberal Jewish supporters, because they'll see he's the full of it if he doesn't conveniently forget what he said
Well,
just
that's
2 months
it.
ago.
I mean, that's it. It's easy for the FBI or the Southern Poverty Law Center or the ADL to demonize some little-known person and to persecute them and lie about them. But they went up against Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson went coast to coast, showed the film, and Jews, Gentiles, you name it, saw it and said, what is the big deal? Why are they saying this? Foxman has really blown his foot off.
I mean, he went coast to coast showing the film as a promotional thing because he didn't have a distribution deal.
Yeah.
And they were like specifically targeting like evangelical churches and like religious groups. It's a marketing play.
Yeah, that was the idea.
So great.
Yeah.
Anyway, Alex's entire that Abraham Foxman, the head of the ADL, is doing an about face in this interview because Alex watched a couple of minutes where Foxman said that he doesn't think that Mel Gibson's anti-Semitic, which is a turnaround. Alex believes that he's seen Foxman call Gibson and his movie anti-Semitic in the past, so this is a softening of his position. In reality, Foxman hadn't said those things, but Alex constructed narratives where criticism of Gibson and the plans for this movie were reported as attacks on Gibson and accusations that he's anti-Semitic.
Right.
Alex has built a storyline out of his fantasies that does not really connect to reality. Foxman and plenty of other religious experts were the plan that Gibson had for this movie would turn out. Gibson's dad was no secret, nor was the fact that Mel himself was a member of the breakaway branch of Catholicism that denies the Vatican's legitimacy since the Second Council. There is a way that this story could be brought to the screen in a responsible way, and there's a way that seemed more like what someone like Mel Gibson might do, and many right-thinking people were worried about that and voiced that concern. To Alex, that was them calling Gibson anti-Semitic, which, ironically, is accurate, but isn't what they were saying. Right. Foxman, as well as a lot of other folks from many different religious groups, were able to read a script in advance, and they were super concerned that it seemed like the movie was setting out to make the Jewish people the primary antagonists of the film, with the Romans just kind of being there and having their hands tied by Jewish influence.
Hey, we're white. What are we gonna do? Hurt people?
Also, people were really not thrilled with the scene in the early version of the film where the high priest Caiaphas says, quote, "His blood be on us and our children," which is a line from Matthew that's been used historically to hurl accusations of deicide on all people of Jewish ancestry to the present day.
Boy, well, you can just change that.
That line was cut from the film, and an associate of Gibson told the New York Times, quote, "It didn't work in the focus screenings. Maybe it was thought to be too hurtful or taken not in the way that it was intended. It has been used terribly over the years." It's kind of fun that Mel Gibson was, he's making a great portrayal of the passion, and yet he was swayed by screenings. A little ridiculous.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. If you can take it out of the movie, you should be able to take it out of the book. I think there should be a novelization of the Bible based upon the movies made of the Bible.
Well, here's the thing. if that were the standard,
Okay.
then you could set out to make a Bible movie
Yeah.
and just make it wacky.
Oh, hell yeah, I could.
And then now you're going to demand that the Bible be changed.
I don't see any change from any other religious behavior.
Look, I don't want to get into weeds on this. My point just is that Mel Gibson was like, one of the big things that he was saying was like, hey, you don't have a problem with me, you have a problem with the Bible.
Yeah.
You know, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I'm being just so accurate to the Bible.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's clearly they were doing focus screenings, so go fuck yourself. But then second, like, what is accuracy? Is context necessary? If you are really just using the Gospels and not external context and historical information, then you're not really being accurate.
Right. I mean, but in his point of view, in his mind, he is telling you the accurate story. Because the Bible is the revealed word of God, which means it's true, and the other context around it is people lying because they're the devil.
Yeah, but he's also, like, using other stuff that he's pretending not to use.
Well, sure. I mean, you can't use that, obviously. Yeah, now I used it, but you can't use that.
Right, like, there's the, like, revelations of this nun named Anne Catherine Emmerich.
Well, sure, but that wasn't in the Bible because they forgot to add it.
It's not why. He was very swayed by her visions of the Passion.
Sure.
There's at least one example of something in the movie that is directly from those visions, as opposed to being biblical. And so, like, there's also kind of anti-Semitic leanings on Emmerich's part.
Sure.
Anyway, one thing that Foxman did say was, quote, not in the interview with Sawyer, this is something that he had said previously.
Right.
He said, quote, recent statements by Mel Gibson paint the portrait of an anti-Semite. This is sort of calling him an anti-Semite, but it's kind of artful in a way that it's not really calling him one. It's just these actions are those that an anti-Semite would make.
Yeah, I mean, that's a skip away from if it looks like a duck, you know? Like, it's the same fucking thing.
This wasn't about the movie, though. This was about some comments that Mel had made towards the end of 2003. Peter Boyle of the New Yorker went to a rough-cut screening of The Passion and then spent and some of the stuff he was saying wasn't great. For instance, Gibson was talking about that cut scene of Caiaphas and said, quote, I wanted it in. My brother said I was limping out if I didn't include it. It happened. It was said. But man, if I included it in there, they'd be coming after me at my house. They'd kill me. Boyle makes it very clear in the article that the they Gibson is referring to are the people at the ADL and Simon Wiesenthal Center who had criticized him previously.
Yeah, that sounds right.
At another point, Gibson got mad that someone on CNN mentioned his father and said, quote, I don't want to be dissing my father. He never denied the Holocaust. He just said there were fewer than 6 million. I don't want to have them dissing my father. I mean, he's my father. I don't know about you, but if my father made a practice of going around in the media and downplaying the Holocaust, I don't think I'd mind people dissing him.
Oh, I diss the shit out of my Holocaust-denying father. Do you know what he does? He denies the Holocaust.
Yeah.
I do not get to not diss him unless I think he's got a point.
I think that so many people are like, you know, the blood tie, though, you know, you can't condemn your father even if you think that his ideas are horrible.
What that noise? You can't deny the Holocaust. You can't deny the Holocaust.
I'm with you.
It's just not complicated.
I agree with you, but I think that there are some people who, like, oh, it's so complicated. Sure.
No, I understand.
I get a little
Right. I get into trouble a lot. People are like, oh, Jordan, you don't focus on the shades of gray. Now, sometimes I think that's the opposite, all right? Sometimes things are very black and white, and we overcomplicate them. Like, for instance, you can't deny the Holocaust. Black and white, no complications, none.
Yeah. Even if you're my dad.
Even if you're my fucking dad, man.
So up till this point, before he'd said that this paints the portrait,
Right.
Foxman had been pretty clear that he didn't think Gibson or the film was anti-Semitic, but that it was, quote, insensitive. After that New Yorker piece, Foxman said that his comments painted the portrait of an anti-Semite, which isn't really the same, but, you know. There's no huge change, of course, for Foxman, but Alex needs there to be for some kind of a narrative to stick.
Yeah.
That, like, Mel Gibson has risen above.
You need to have some sort of
onslaught.
Yeah. There needs to be a plot element happening.
When in reality, the criticism has been largely the same.
The exact same thing.
Yeah.
The whole time. Yep.
There'd be a twist.
Sure.
With our mystery.
All right.
About Alex not watching this.
Mr. Body isn't dead at all.
We maybe should be concerned not about Mr. Body, but Alex's body.
All right, my friends, already into the second hour of this global transmission against tyranny. I rarely get sick, but it's my excuse for being a bit, I think the operative word is dingy today. I sort of had a sore throat last night when I was working on a new film, and then I got home and didn't sleep too well, and I'm sitting here on air running a fever right now with a raw throat, so just bear with me if I'm not my normal chipper self. I probably shouldn't even do a radio show if I'm sick, because, again, I got home last night, and my wife had taken Mel Gibson on the national show on ABC with Diane Sawyer, prime time, and I guess we hadn't taped the whole thing. I'm like, yeah, I knew it. They didn't talk about weapons of mass destruction. See, I knew she cut that out, and indeed, it was in there. So that's encouraging.
Your wife cut it out.
No, he had a fever. he was just completely delirious from this fever and sore throat that he had.
Yeah.
COVID 2004.
Boy, this reminds me of whenever he suddenly had a terrible cough at a trial recently. Suddenly a terrible cough appeared.
I don't know. Like, I don't think of Alex as a tough it out kind of guy. And I don't, up till this point and after, I saw no signs of a scratch. Dude, this is pathetic. Just trying to come up with more excuses for why he hasn't seen. But he refuses to just come out and say,
nope,
I didn't watch all of it.
Can't do it.
Or whatever.
He can't take responsibility for his own
excuses for something as trivial as I didn't watch the Diane Sawyer thing.
He cannot take responsibility.
So just come on air and be like, I didn't get around to the Diane Sawyer thing. I was working on this film. I know you probably want to talk about it, so let's save those calls for tomorrow. We'll watch it tonight. Boom.
Could do that.
No problem. Instead, he had to try and bluff.
You gotta bluff. You gotta bluff.
So dumb.
Sometimes you get caught on your bluff, but that doesn't mean you stop trying.
It's amazing.
That is a terrible idea.
Yeah. So Alex wants to complain about some racial grievance that he has about whiteness.
Sure.
And he uses a story that I looked into and ended up spiraling into some weird information.
All right.
Nation. Child writes the word gun in an essay for English class. They're arrested, they're expelled, the CPS is sent to the home. Well, your child, in a story, wrote about a gun. It's a thought crime. A few years ago, there was a case in Idaho where a black football coach assaulted a white woman who was a reporter because she took his picture at the end of the game, and the woman's husband jumped over the bleachers and ran up to the black man, and the black man called him a racial name. And this was in the newspaper, and we got him on the show, and the white man called him a racial name back, and he was arrested for the racial term, and the black man wasn't arrested for assaulting the woman. And my point is that this is thought crime in America, and they're really trying to set this up. They're doing this.
So Alex has some details off about this story because it's not really an actual event that happened in terms of how his mind relates to it. This is just a vague memory that he pulls up to justify his feelings of intense racial persecution over his whiteness. Also, even if everything Alex was saying was true, that's not a thought crime. Explicit actions were made, not thoughts.
I'm gonna go ahead and do this now because I feel like we've done this fun rabbit hole thing before, and I want to have my predictions in.
Okay. Yeah.
All right,
do you want to write them down, or do you want to verbalize them?
No, I'll verbalize them. Okay. So here's what I think. Here's how this normally goes down. All right. We have a story that Alex is misrepresenting, and this guy's a real piece of shit. All right. Then you come back. We've got another story in like 2012 where he was arrested for blah blah blah. Then 300 pounds of explosives in his fucking room. And then finally, violence charges.
Not exactly. Guy himself, there's a little bit of like manipulation on that front, and then there's an offshoot character.
Okay, all right.
That is
Okay.
more important.
All right, that's what I'm. Okay.
So in the real world, this guy wasn't a coach that is involved. He was actually a referee at a high school football game. The woman in question was a reporter named Kimberly Ray, who was trying to take pictures of the referees specifically because she thought they had decided the outcome of the game and one of the teams wasn't going to go to state because of it.
Right.
She told ABC, quote, "A lot of penalties were called throughout the game, and I decided I was going to include that perspective in my stories." So, she felt that there were a lot of penalties in this high school football game and decided that her reporting was going to reflect that. She tried to take pictures of the refs after the game was over while they were leaving to the locker room. She was asked not to take their picture, and according to her, she stopped and was going to leave when one of them grabbed her camera and tried to wrestle it from her. She yelled for her husband, who came to her defense. The ref put up his hands and said, according to the husband, "I ain't touched her." This, like I said, is a story that's coming from her husband, Lonnie Ray.
Sure.
So at no point in his telling of it to ABC did the referee call him any racist names.
Right.
That did not happen in his telling of the story.
Right.
However, he immediately stormed towards the locker room and found the county commissioner there, which should give you a sense of how small of a town we're talking about. So Lonnie told ABC that he said to the county commissioner, "You bring that N up here. I want to kick his fucking ass." And it was not an N.
No, I understand.
It was a full.
I think we all got the hard R in your voice.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And thus, Lonnie Ray was looking at charges involving hate speech, mostly because he was using fighting words and making threats while using a racial slur, which could easily be argued implies some greater desire to commit violence against the person because of their race.
Yeah.
Lonnie didn't get convicted of the hate crime portion of the charges, but he did get charged with assault, and he ended up getting 7 days in jail, which his lawyer appealed, and the conviction was eventually vacated. This all happened in a town in Idaho with a population of around 7,000, and it happened 3.5 years in the past at this point when Alex was on air. Amazing that this is like fresh in his mind as some kind of a oh no thing.
I mean, that tells you exactly what sticks, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes you see one spaghetti stuck on the wall and you're like, really? How about that?
So Lonnie's lawyer was a guy named Edgar Steele, who made his bread and butter defending white supremacists in court.
Great.
He had recently, at that point, defended Aryan Nations founder Richard Butler, and he would later go on to be the lawyer/spokesperson for the white supremacist pop duo Prussian Blue. I don't know if you know them, but they were like 12 years old. They were 12-year-old twins who would sing like "White Man Rise Up."
Wow.
Yeah, it was
That's child
horrible.
abuse.
Oh, yeah.
That's child abuse.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's child abuse, for sure.
They're in that documentary that Louis Theroux did, Louis Meets the Nazis.
Oh, okay.
And, like, it's horrifying.
Yeah.
It's just so scary to see them, like, just repeating these things that obviously...
Right, they don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
And later in life, they still apparently have some problematic views and maybe are Holocaust revisionists.
Sure.
But they have also just repeating things that we didn't even understand.
Yeah,
And
totally.
it's horrifying. So anyway, his lawyer, this guy at the Idaho football game, his lawyer was their spokesperson.
Great.
So he's a piece of shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He also published a book called, quote, Defensive Racism, an unapologetic examination of racial differences, which is something he clearly has very strong feelings about. He really only took Lonnie's case because he thought it could be something that he could take to the Supreme Court to strike down hate speech laws all across the country. That is the game that was being...
Right. He was case shopping.
Yes.
Yeah.
I found Steele's book, and man, if I were trying to defend myself after I yelled a racist threat at somebody, I would definitely not want him as my lawyer. It's wild. It starts out by doing a little light teasing around the idea that maybe being a racist isn't so bad, and it's just kind of a cute, put your preconceptions aside.
Hey.
You can pick them back up at the end of the book.
Listen, you think... Take everything you know about the word racist.
Yeah.
And just forget it.
You can pick it back up at the end of the book.
Start all over.
All I'm asking asking is for 150 pages of your time.
You can't learn until you unlearn.
Right.
Yeah.
Then by the end of it, here's where we get.
Okay.
Quote, the Zionist cabal atop America quite simply will not step aside peacefully, nor will it allow the truth to be told to but a very few. They control the airwaves, the theaters, the newspapers, the magazines. America's Zionist masters direct the efforts of the armed forces both abroad and at home, which regularly are purged of anybody who gives the appearance of dissent.
That's quite an escalation.
It is.
Yeah.
He lays out a bizarre fantasy where Mexico and Mexican Americans reclaim the Southwest and create Aztlan, and black people, they claim the South as New Africa.
Okay.
White people are going to be up north, but it's important to remember that, quote, Florida will be a special case due to its large population of Cuban and Caribbean extraction. How it will shake out is anybody's guess, but it will end up being a white no-go zone. Of that, you can be sure.
I appreciate somebody who's given me the good warnings in advance, you know? Like, now that I know eventually it will be a no-go zone for white people.
Sure.
How
would they shake out exactly? Anybody's guess.
I assume that the white nationalist president of the United States will retire to his second White House. I guess it'll become a fourth.
So there's also going to be New Israel, which is, of course, New York, or as Steele calls it, New Tel Aviv.
Okay, wow, that's just racist beyond racist.
Oh, yeah.
That's pointless racism.
Yep. Canada will throw in their lot with this New America, and, quote, thus the New America becomes pretty much a white homeland with its borders imposed upon it by others in the main. Only the presence of Jews may be problematic, and by far may prove to be the single most difficult task confronting New America. The single most difficult task? You've just broken up a country into, like, hostile quadrants, and the most difficult thing for you is the idea that Jews might still be
Well,
there.
I mean, they don't have their own full nation size. I don't know what to tell you.
You can just see how much this guy
The
is
Vatican?
how anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
He's deeply and fucked up. He's
That
just
is
a fucked up
insane.
dude.
Yeah.
So we can wrap this up with some good news, though. Edgar Steele was arrested and convicted in 2011 of trying to hire somebody to kill his wife.
2011, I was 1 year off.
Yeah.
I was 1 year off.
15 years in jail for trying to put a car bomb. So you get explosives, right?
I mean, it's not bad.
He died in prison in 2014.
Okay, good.
But not before Alex posted an article in 2012 on InfoWars that argued that Steele was set up and incarcerated thanks to the NDAA, I guess because he was too much of a political threat to Obama.
Sure.
Steele was way too obviously still like a little bit of a, little connection to Alex.
I mean, that guy can't be your friend. There's so many signs now, you go back and you see this shit and you're like, why are you just fun?
In Idaho, you know what this guy's about. He's your wife.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you're in Idaho. You know what's going on.
It's a choice that you're making, and that tells me a bit about you.
And that says that you talked to that lawyer for a while, and that lawyer was probably like, I'm going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. And you were like, yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I can tell by context clues that this is not the first time you've yelled the N-word
No.
angrily at somebody.
You don't find that guy after your first N-word. No. Your first N-word, you feel shame, and hopefully, yeah. I don't even want to go down this riff. This is terrible and gross. I'm out.
So, I found that interesting. And his book it's vivid. This fantasy of the way the United States is going to break down into these racial states.
Yeah.
It's grim. It's very sad.
It is one of those paranoid fantasies that is so absurd on its face to tell you exactly what you think of human beings. Like the idea of, well, obviously, we'll just congregate around race.
Well, and Alex's buddy Matt Bracken has very similar ideas.
Yeah, and it's like,
there's a lot of people in Alex's orbit that are straight up on that tip.
it's so weird to me how many white people are like, oh, well, obviously everybody else is just as racist as we are. That's a bananas thought that white people have.
Yeah.
It's wild.
So there is something else that's a little bit depressing.
Yeah.
So he went to prison, this Edgar Rice guy, or Edgar Steele guy, because
Okay.
he tried to hire someone to kill his wife.
Right.
After that, his wife still supported him.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. His wife was involved in, trying to get him let out of prison because she was so into, a lot of that other white supremacist shit.
Right.
And anti-Semitism stuff that he was all about. that like she couldn't believe it was possible that he would hire someone to kill her, and it must have been the ADL trying to set him up.
That's willing to die for the cause is what that is. That is amazing. Bananas.
Yeah.
How do you... Man, that must have been his fucking luckiest day when he's got the commissary numbers and it's like, oh, this is going down. It's a good thing my wife doesn't think I tried to kill her, like I'm in jail for the rest of my life.
It was just a shocking story.
That is... I just don't even know.
Yeah.
I just don't even know.
So anyway, some more callers
Q8.
want to talk about the thing that Alex didn't watch.
Put a wedge in there, and Gordon now stood up to her when she mentioned something about Hutton saying they're talking about, and Hutton seems to think, I'm not sure, I just gathered from what was said last night, that there were less than 6,000 Jews. Mel said, 6,000, 2,000, 3,000, what doesn't matter, it was too many. And she started on it again, and he looked at her. To know. And he said, Diane, don't go there. Don't.
He's also a Holocaust denier, and if he doesn't want to answer that, that's his business. But Diane Sawyer wouldn't be doing her job if she just left that totally alone.
Yeah.
This caller doesn't have a serious point, and she has no idea what she's talking about, but she feels very strongly about the subject. And that feeling is what matters more than reality.
Yeah.
And Alex does really nothing to help bring more information to the table. He just allows those feelings.
You know,
Plays into the feelings.
I mean, it is such a weird thing that we have in the United States. I guess it's worldwide. It's just human beings, right? You can listen to this conversation that someone...
What's the question?
I understand.
It was about his dad.
I understand. But my point is essentially the answer that he's giving is the answer, despite the words not being what you think they should be. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Kind of, yeah. Did you hire Edgar Steele?
If you knew nothing about the Holocaust, and somebody like Diane Sawyer on television for ABC doing journalism is like, hey, the Holocaust happened, you'd be like, you did? There's no complicated responses there.
Right, but if you see kind of a weaselish response from Mel Gibson being made, and you're a viewer who thinks like, you know what, Diane Sawyer's all CFR, and she's just trying to trap him in these things, like, you could see it like, oh, he's just not willing to play her game, or whatever. You know, like, there's ways to recontextualize these things that satisfy the feelings you need to have.
Why is it? But there's so many shorter answers. Like, do you deny the Holocaust? No. See how quick that is.
Yeah.
It didn't take any time. We can move on. Nobody has to be like, we need to find out if you really believe this or not. If you don't say no, I feel like you've already told me what you thought.
It wasn't in this interview, but in another one that directly came up, and Mel Gibson gave a yeah, a lot of people die in war, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
What happened?
You already told me everything you need to tell me. I know you didn't say I'm a giant anti-Semite who loves the Nazis, but you just said that.
Your answer is not good. It implies other So according to Alex, he hates Christians. Sure.
Basically, what you said is the media is trying to drive a wedge into the public psyche so people don't see this film or so they don't get the message of the film. The media is anti-Christian.
F-32.
That's obvious. Just watch a TV show. It's that message is everywhere. And so, they try to raise this anti-Semitism red herring because that's a horrible allegation. But we'll come back and continue with your calls. Wide open phones today.
You know what would be really helpful for Alex if he wants to play this game about the media lying about Hutton and his anti-Semitism? Alex should have asked Hutton what he thinks about the Holocaust while he was on the show, so he could see for himself. Hutton doesn't make a secret of his beliefs. He wrote a whole newsletter about them, and he's talked about that shit when reporters have asked. Alex potentially didn't ask about that stuff, because if he did, he couldn't pretend the media was lying about Hutton's ideology, because it would be coming straight from his mouth. Yeah. This is just a dumb fucking game that Alex is playing of just kind hiding the point.
Yeah.
And I guess you can see why he's doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I'm gonna have to push back. I don't think the media was very anti-Christian at this time at all.
No.
I think there was quite a bit of very pro-Christian media. To the point now where I feel like if I went back and visited it, in my conscious brain, oh, there's some anti-Semitic tropes that were just on TV. Like that's probably there.
Alex has a feeling about the show. And I will say I disagree with him.
Well, predominantly on the show today, we've been talking about the First Amendment, how it's under attack here in the United States.
I'm sorry?
Now freedom of speech worldwide is under attack. Listeners have been calling in one after another, saying how great they thought the primetime piece was last night with Mel Gibson with the CFR member Diane Sawyer, and how Mel did a pretty good job of fending off her attempts at demonization.
This show has not been about the First Amendment under attack or anything. It's been complaining about the thing you didn't watch.
Yeah. Well, everybody...
And attacking Abraham Foxman unnecessarily.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like his whole angle, start of the day, they portrayed Mel Gibson wrong, and they cut out all the stuff, and they did all this thing to make him look bad. Everyone's response on the phones is like, I thought he did a great job.
Yes.
He comes off looking good.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
the story of this episode up to this point is Alex came in with a preloaded narrative that was based on not watching the thing he's talking about.
Yeah.
And it's completely collapsed under his feet. He's made multiple excuses. I had a fever. My wife didn't record
got
it.
a sore throat,
I got
man.
annoyed rewinding.
My wife recorded 5 minutes of it.
Right. There's 100 reasons why he didn't watch this, but yeah, generally speaking, all of the response from the audience has been exactly counter to the narrative that he put up.
Yeah.
And so a little bit of that is why it's very convenient to pivot over to the why the media changing kind of a little bit of traffic out of that, a little mileage.
You don't bluff on TV or on the radio. You don't broadcast your bluffs. You want to win.
It's fun though.
If you're gonna bluff, pre-record. If you're gonna bluff, pre-record, and then don't edit, then just don't release it.
It's fun though to see Alex sort of try and maneuver this.
It's just he is living on the edge.
Yeah.
I will say that. I don't think his audience has really quite understood that he didn't watch shit.
No. Well, they watched a couple minutes. Well, no, because he has a couple specific.
Sure.
But yeah, he has another. He has some thoughts about the passion. Like just kind of tearing out my hair.
I was just talking about it during the break. He thought it was a pretty good piece, and so did I.
What?
What else can they do?
What?
It's a good movie. It's a wholesome film. Why then has the media been demonizing crimes? And this is just a microcosm example of how across the board, anything that's being attacked, or evil, stuff is good. But I mean, that's all I can say.
And also, the Passion of Christ is wholesome and a good movie. You haven't seen it.
It's wholesome.
It's another thing that you haven't seen that you're making strong claims about.
Wholesome and good movie. I know. I read the book. I read the book it's based on.
He talks so much about things he has not experienced.
It wasn't the Fox News that we have today.
No.
It was still very on the right wing.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. They're quite patriotism.
Yeah. Totally. But their argument shows were always about like arguing about the reality and not like hiding everything.
Yeah.
They would just yell reality
You had
down.
like Hannity and Combs.
Yeah. They would do that. This is that proto Fox News where it's like, I don't even give a fuck about reality.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what they say. I don't care what anybody says. If that sun is not blue, you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like, that's just what they do. And that's Alex being like, well, fuck it, I don't care.
I guess it was a good piece.
Hey, it was good, it was bad, whatever anybody says. I'm going to give you what you want, and you're
you're gonna give me money for it.
So there's another thing that happens a little bit on this episode, which is on our last 2004 episode, Alex talked to a gun-grabbing preacher, a Presbyterian preacher, who he tricked into coming on the show.
One of the great interviews.
And so a couple of callers on this episode also want to complain about it.
Sure.
Still.
Hello, I'm calling from Pensacola, and I wanted to comment on the so-called pastor from Presbyterian Church USA in Dallas.
Recap what happened yesterday.
Well, basically, he's using his church to indoctrinate people into believing that you don't handgun.
Move on!
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you calling Alex days after?
No, Dave, the next day.
The next day.
Of complaining about this passage.
You're calling Alex the next day to say to Alex the thing Alex said to you.
Yeah.
Just wanted to double check on
Complain
that.
about this.
Alex said specifically those exact words.
Of course you believe that nonsense.
But there's also in that clip you can see the kind of better indication of why this is a narrative now. It's that
basically right around the time, kind of like early wrestling between different forces online, trying to determine what exactly the online form would be used for, would be used for to spread a lot of nonsense ideas about pseudoscience, or would it be used as a bastion of rationality?
I mean, he's certainly before his time. 2006, people already figured out that the internet is woke and it's gone woke, and woke mind virus has taken over. You gotta fight back.
Yeah, a lot of these ideas are very, very prescient. I guess they understood the idea that sort of the people who are trying to take control of, becoming the mainstream institutions of the internet, perhaps not entirely sympathetic to people who believe that the world is just a few thousand years old. So, we do complain a lot on the show about like the negative products and byproducts of the internet. But if I were to list one of the internet's greatest creations, then I think Wikipedia would have to be near the top. This is a multilingual, free encyclopedia written and maintained by community volunteers. This is a site where you can quickly get an overview of just about any subject, any domain, from pop culture to history to science and engineering and beyond. Obviously, it's not perfect. There's been controversies and legitimate criticisms, but I think it's like the closest thing we have to this utopian vision of the purpose of the internet, where people can learn about anything they want at home for free.
Yes, and I don't have to watch like 2 advertisements back to back before I can scroll down to the section on JFK's death where it says controversy.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that politically speaking, it is a bit questionable because it's pretty easy to manipulate if you have the resources.
Right.
Of course.
But in general, you're right, I think, Travis. It is kind of, the closest we have, I think, to a kind of shining light on the hill.
Yeah, is a really cool idea. But back in 2006, there was one man who was less than impressed with what Wikipedia had to offer. This man was Andrew Shafley. He decided that Wikipedia had an unfixable liberal bias, and he aimed to create a competitor more in line with Christian conservative values, Conservapedia. Now, this was a natural project for Andrew Shafley. Shafley is the son of conservative activist Phyllis Schlafly, who is best known for successfully campaigning against the Equal Rights Amendment of the Constitution in the 1970s. Andrew Shafley himself is well-educated. He earned a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Princeton and then a JD from Harvard Law School in 1991. But Andrew Shafley didn't find his calling as the founder of Conservapedia until he started teaching a group of homeschool students history in his home of New Jersey. Now, what started as a small group in 2002 grew into a class of dozens of students.
Does that even count as like homeschooling if you're basically putting together like a fake school?
Well, I mean, it's like, he's like, I guess it's like he connected with other parents who were homeschooling and he offered to teach history, and it wound up being a class of like 50 plus students, which I guess ironically is much larger than a lot of even public school classrooms.
Yeah.
So everything was going fine in this class until one day in 2006, turned in an assignment that dated the year of events with BCE, or before the Common Era. This is basically the secular version of dating years BC, or before Christ. This appalled Shafley, and he promptly learned that the student got this dating convention from Wikipedia. No good.
It's so funny that this one kid, by just including an E, basically sent this guy off the deep end. Like, changed his life.
That's right. This is what he would consume Andrew Shafley's time from 10 years until today. Wikipedia's bias were confirmed with his own edits to a Wikipedia entry on the controversy over teaching evolution in Kansas schools were repeatedly removed because they were obviously bullshit.
I can't change it myself and keep it that way. Damn it. Do they not know I have 50 annoyed kids in the room who hate me?
And so at age 46, Shafley founded Conservapedia, and it used the same MediaWiki software that was used to build Wikipedia and a lot of other wikis. And you know what? There's really nothing wrong. This is sort of like a legitimate use of like the wiki software, is creating your own personal volunteer database of whatever subject you think is interesting.
Yeah, like how to fuck every single Pokemon, or which character is secretly gay.
I mean, I look this up all the time to see where's the best area to mine for tonto berries and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
but he didn't really see it as I don't know, as like some sort of like this weird roll-up. Viewed it as like a correction. At first, Shafley urged his students to post these brief, sometimes topic soon multiplied, and there were many contributors from all over the country who were sick of Wikipedia's supposed slants on things. The homepage for Conservapedia in those early days of 2006 explicitly laid out that the site was built by a sense of grievance.
Welcome to Conservapedia, your conservative encyclopedia, an online encyclopedia you can trust. Tired of a liberal bias every time you search on Google and a Wikipedia page appears? On Wikipedia, AD is replaced by the anti-Christian CE. Christianity is not given any credit for the Renaissance. Liberal editors block certain conservatives. The page describing Wikipedia bias was taken completely down. Wikipedia has gone the way it's long overdue to have competition, like Fox News. Here is a succinct and educational resource for you, your children, and your students. Conservapedia does not clutter its pages with trivia, vulgarity, political correctness, or gossip, as Wikipedia does. If you are a teacher or parent, you will much prefer using Conservapedia rather than Wikipedia. You will also prefer Conservapedia for yourself if you want information free from liberal or anti-Christian bias.
Yeah, we have removed all nude statues. No one will be jacking off to this wiki.
Sheffley himself, he clarified that Conservapedia had a particular point of view, and he was unapologetic about it.
It's impossible for encyclopedia to be. I mean, let's take a point of view, let's disclose that point of view to the reader.
Interesting. Kind of true, though. Like, he is correct about, subjectivity of facts in certain cases.
That is an interesting point, because, I know that Wikipedia, it strives for a neutral point of view. If it's like, if a truly neutral point of view is possible, then let's just drop the pretense, and let's just lay our cards on the table. Let's just admit where our biases are.
Based on how he sounds, I think his point of view is looking out of a trash can on Sesame Street.
Many of the articles found in Conservapedia are in work controversial. For example, there's an entry on the tuba, and it's about 150 words, and describes the tuba as a brass wind instrument, the lowest in pitch of all commonly employed wind instruments. And it goes on to say that it is played vertically, and it has 3 to 5 values. For its source on this entry, Conservapedia cites the New American Desk Encyclopedia. Now, it's much shorter and less informative than the tuba entry on Wikipedia, but it's factually correct and unbiased.
The tuba is an instrument that often plays when I fall downstairs.
But on honestly most other topics, Conservapedia's bias becomes evident. Conservapedia seems to operate from this very simplistic view of the political spectrum that is and was popular with talk radio hosts. So when they say conservative, they really mean this particular brand of American evangelical Christian conservatism. And anyone on the right who doesn't fit into that brand is a rhino or Republican in name only. And anyone on the left of that is referred to as liberal, communist, or Marxist interchangeably. So Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Stalin himself, anarchists are basically all the same kind of thing.
That's right. Not me.
This perspective is evident in multiple entries. For example, Conservapedia defined environmentalists as people who profess concern about the environment and know that some want to impose legal limits on the use of toilet paper.
They're gonna take away our plies.
What kind of country do we live in if I can't wipe my ass liberally?
Yeah, they're basically trying to make you wipe your ass conservatively.
Yeah.
What's your problem?
There's an entry on the minimum wage, and a hike in the minimum wage was referred to as controversial when it increases the incentive for young people to drop out of school.
Wow. Well, about just basically being like, this is what I think. There's maybe some bias involved.
But strange as of all, since its inception, Conservapedia has displayed a bias towards young creationism. Now, not merely skepticism towards biological evolution, not merely creationism generally, rather a belief that sometime between 6 and 10,000 years ago, the universe and the Earth were created in under a week. And this is based on a literal reading of the book of Genesis. Now, like I pointed out before, not only is this empirically wrong, it's also a minority point in global Christianity. Even though many of the earliest Christian theologians believe that Genesis was more allegory than literal history. It's so weird, because 10,000 years ago, that was about 1,000 years after the first known religious temple was built in modern-day Turkey. It was the first people to inhabit the American continent were around and hunting mastodon. People were doing things all over the world 10,000 years ago. But beyond that, we actually know that the Earth is about 4.5 billion years old, thanks to radiometric data. This age was calculated with precision by a scientist named Claire Cameron Patterson for a 1956 paper called Age of Meteorites and the Earth. So to think that the world is 10,000 years old when it's actually about 4.5 billion is not a little bit wrong. It's like thinking that the distance between Los Angeles and New York is about 26 feet. Now, even if you don't know the exact distance between LA and New York, you gotta know it's not 26 feet. That's way off.
Yeah, it's at least 28.
I mean, it's gotta be, a few miles.
Look, it's got to be at least 100 miles.
Yeah.
Or 500 miles, like the song. I would walk 500 miles. He was singing about walking from LA to New York.
Yeah, of course. And what about the bottles of beer on the wall? Like, is that also a measure of LA to New York?
Yeah, absolutely. Probably about 10 bottles of beer. After about 10, you might find yourself in LA or New York.
Yeah.
Now, this bias towards young Earth creationism can be seen in all of Conservapedia's articles about geologic periods. For example, the entry on the Jurassic period is just 144 words long, which is actually shorter than the entry on the tuba. And the Jurassic period entry ends like this.
Flood geologists reject the uniformitarian assumptions behind the dates derived by secular geologists, so they reject these dates. Instead, they would consider most, if not all, Jurassic strata to be laid during Noah's flood. Many sediments containing dinosaur fossils are assigned to the Jurassic, which evolutionists believe to be the peak time of the dinosaurs.
So I think it's fair to say that, the main thing he's really innovating here is just removing stuff, right? Just not letting the information get out, right? It's just 144 words, that's the Jurassic period, done.
This gives me a great movie idea about Noah having to herd, pairs of dinosaurs onto the ark, in addition to the other wild animals. I think that would make for a really good one-location thriller. You're trapped on the ark, there are raptors loose on the ship, and they're gobbling up your family. I think this could be really good. We could get Adam Driver to play Noah, and we could get Chris Pratt to play the raptors.
A good Christian man.
One of the first television interviews with Andrew Shafley took place on the Canadian program The Hour. In that report, Shafley made it clear that his version of Wikipedia would include more creationism and condemnation of homosexuality.
Wikipedia has become unsuitable because it's become very biased. It's become very anti-American. It's become very anti-Christian. I know a lot of people like to talk about the evolution. There are people who are obsessed with promoting evolution. On conservative, you're going to get the other side of that. Same thing for homosexuality. We bring in all the health harm that comes from homosexuality, all the biblical quotes against it. You get that on conservative. You get that sort of fair treatment on the Wikipedia entries.
Oh man, I've never seen someone who deserves a wedgie so much.
Looney Tunes music in the background. It looks like a Saturday Night skit where this guy's we're about to find out that he's got, balls but no penis.
You are that's good.
That is a very specific kind of imagery that I think would be funny for this gentleman.
Now, the thing about wikis is that anyone is able to edit the entries, even if they aren't sympathetic to Conservapedia's cause. And so there were some people who attempted to change the Conservapedia entries so that their content was more in line with mainstream science, and that did not go over well. For example, there was a man named Dr. Peter Lipson, and he was an internist in Southfield, Michigan, and he repeatedly tried to amend an article on breast cancer to tone down his claim that abortion raises a woman's risk. The site's administrator simply questioned his credentials and shut up his name. Lipson and some other disgruntled Conservapedia editors, most of the trend formed a new wiki called Rational Wiki, and at first, Rational Wiki was mostly a forum to discuss ways of improving the scientific content of Conservapedia. But that changed on May 16th and 17th of 2007. On those days, every Conservapedia editor who was identified
making an entry on my conservative version of Wikipedia for Trent Toulouse and just saying cunt.
Once in 2009, Phyllis Schlafly, she hosts a radio program, and she featured as her guest none other than her son, Andrew Schlafly. And on that program, Andrew Schlafly explained why it was important to quickly ban troublemakers, and even some teenage Conservapedia editors had the power to ban other editors if they caused trouble.
We have about a dozen or so top flight conservative administrators, and Dean is one of them.
What do you do, Andy, if somebody tries to post something that's really obnoxious?
We revert it almost immediately, and if it's an example of someone who cannot be rehabilitated, who's just got a very bad attitude or vandalizing the site, we block them immediately. And I must say that's a bit of mental exercise that is an empowering feeling to escort people out and kick them off the site. Even for teenagers, it's a valuable experience for them to see that there are bad guys out there, and the teenagers can block the powers, and they can exclude people too, and that's valuable for them to learn that there are deceitful people out there who need to be blocked and excluded.
Wow. Where did this guy get kicked out from? That he had to describe it as like, it feels good to grab them by the back of their wrists, slap cuffs on them, and escort them out of the internet.
Well, I'll tell you where he was banned from Wikipedia. And now that's the chain reaction where it's like, well, I'm a Wikipedia guy, turned into a Conservapedia guy, turned into a Rational Wiki guy. Oh my god.
And something that's very valuable for the teenagers is learning how to block and ban. We want kids 13 to 17 to feel that power of the block and the ban. To pick them right out.
Yeah, I love that. It's like, listen, we tried to teach them that we were correct about the tuba, but they wouldn't listen. They wouldn't listen, and they kept coming back. So, security on these motherfuckers.
I must say, it does feel really good to be the one doing the banning for once.
Now, Conservapedia was brought to the attention of the scientific community thanks to what is known as the Lenski Affair. And the Lenski Affair concerns Andrew Schlafly's attempt to challenge the E. coli long-term evolution experiment. This is a famous ongoing study in experimental evolution led by Richard Lenski at the Michigan State University. Now, this is, I think, is really interesting. So the E. coli long-term evolution experiment, it addresses a major frustration in studying evolution, which is that it's impossible to go back in time. In order to research how the evolution of life happens, scientists have to look at the modern diversity of life, examine their phenotypes and genotypes, and make inferences about how life forms are related. Fossils, they can give us some clues about the kind of life that existed in the distant past, but only some creatures leave behind hard materials that can be fossilized. And even then, fossilization happens under the exact right conditions. So only a fraction of percent of creatures are ever fossilized. So the record is going to be incomplete necessarily.
Yeah, I plan to just dissolve like a slug in salt water when I'm done here. I don't want to leave any. I don't want any trace.
They're gonna find like remnants of like a home console like hardware just around me. They'll be like, oh, this man had 2 Xboxes. He must have been a king.
This is the only fossil of your father that we have, little Billy, and it is a half-crushed joint and out of shape because he fell asleep on it.
What if you could watch a population evolve over time and see how it changes, and then freeze some of that life as it is, and then put that population aside, and then allow another strain of that organism to keep evolving, and then if you wanted to go back in time, essentially, you can see how life existed in the past. You can go back to an earlier sample and unfreeze it. So this is like the basic premise of Dr. Lenski's E. coli long-term evolution experiment. They observe how a culture of bacteria evolves, and then they freeze the sample at periodic points in its development. Now, it started with 12 populations of the same ancestral strain of E. coli in 1988. Now, the populations, they're stored in this warm liquid with a little salt and sugar, which allows the bacteria to reproduce and evolve. Samples from each population are periodically stored at negative 80 degrees centigrade, where they are available for later study. Now, importantly, the frozen cells are vital. The changes in performance can be analyzed at later times. So if a culture of bacteria evolves in a significant way,
way, they can actually go back to the frozen sample and unfreeze it and see if it evolves again in the exact same way.
Oh, wow. That's a really interesting way to actually study.
Evolution. This is actually amazing. Of course this pissed off that nerd.
No, it sucks that made them mad because it is really cool because it allows scientists to examine questions that have eluded scientists for many, many years. They can ask, is the process of adaptation by natural selection slow and gradual all the time, or are there periods of rapid change in stasis? So this can examine the evolutionary concept of punctuated equilibrium, which was developed by Niles Eldridge and Stephen Gould. Or, does fitness eventually reach some kind of maximum level, or can organisms just keep improving forever, even in a constant environment? Will the second populations achieve the same fitness peaks, or will some discover better solutions for their ecological niche than others? If the populations reach the same level of fitness, does that imply the same underlying genetic changes? It's really fascinating stuff. And as expected in the experiment, even after thousands of generations of mutations, they had an extraordinary discovery about the evolution of E. coli. So the discovery was actually made in 2003. So scientists noticed something that's very strange in one of the 12 flasks. It had become a lot cloudier than the others. So in a microbiology lab, that usually means that the bacteria has experienced a population explosion. At first, the team suspected that some of the other species of bacteria had slipped into the flask and was breeding quickly. But they found that the flask was packed with E. coli, descendants of the original ancestor that Lenski had used to start the entire experiment. Now, somehow, the bacteria in this one flask had evolved a way to grow much, much faster than the other bacteria. The scientists determined that the bacteria had made a drastic switch. What happens is that they weren't just eating sugar anymore. They're also eating other compound called citrate. Now, citrate is the ingredient where the E. coli grows in this experiment. Now, it's not supposed to be food. Instead, it helps keep the minerals in the broth from in the right balance for E. coli to grow. This is very weird to them because E. coli typically can't feed on citrate in the presence of oxygen.
But then one of the E. coli guys was like, you boys thinking what I'm thinking? I think I want to eat this. I know we're not supposed to, but I want to eat this shit.
Yeah, that's basically it. So it was just a shocking discovery, and what it basically meant is that the bacteria had evolved the ability to feed on something that isn't normally food. And this wasn't just a case of natural selection enabling a species to do something better. The population had evolved the ability to do something new. And they have it frozen in labs so they can watch it happen over and over again if they were so inclined. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, this is a lot like humanity evolved to be able to digest uncrustable Jay Christ.
Well, I would argue that I actually devolved that, basically, I realized that instead of, cooking and eating healthy meals, that I could order McDonald's most nights out of the week, and so my body sort of evolved to process that new compound that I wasn't supposed to be processing.
I do love the idea of basically freezing something at every step of its evolution, or freezing part of the population, and then kind of being able to unfreeze it to compare it and see, hey, actually maybe it'll not develop the ability to eat this substance or whatever. I mean, I have an ape that I've frozen every year since 1983.
This gives me another great idea for a movie where an evil corporation basically unfreezes 20 people from 20 different eras, a couple hundred years apart, and then makes them compete in some kind of Squid Game style, battle royale.
Okay, so
the pitch would be it's Squid Game meets Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Dude, that's a great pitch. I'm leaving the podcast today. I'm going to sell that right now.
All right, Travis, tell us more about E. coli.
So what happened was that in 2008, the publication New Scientist published an article describing the results of this experiment, and it was brought to the attention of Andrew Shafley. Shafley was, of course, not happy with the suggestion that evolution was, observed and experimentally in a lab, and so he sought to show why it must have been mistaken. Shafley contacted Lenski to request the raw data, Lenski explained that the relevant data was in the paper, and Shafley fundamentally misunderstood it. Shafley wrote again, requested the data, and to which Lenski wrote this very long, scathing response, explaining why Shafley's response was nonsense and not in good faith. Now, I've edited an abridged version of the letter here, but this is something that was essentially legendary to the kinds of nerds who read science blogs in the aughts, like myself.
Yeah, this was an epic own.
This was just a long, huge, epic own.
Shafley destroyed by Lenski.
I offer this lengthy reply because I am an educator as well as a scientist. It is my sincere hope that some readers might learn something from this exchange, even if you do not. First, it seems that reading might not be your strongest suit given your initial letter, which showed that you had not read our paper, and given subsequent conversations with your followers in which you wrote that you still had not bothered to read our paper. You wrote, quote, "I did skim Lenski's paper." If you have not even read the original paper, how do you have any basis of understanding from which to question, much less criticize, the data that are presented therein? Second, your capacity to misinterpret and or misrepresent facts is plain in the request in your first letter, where you said, in addition, there is skepticism that 3 new and useful proteins appeared in the colony around generation 20,000. The statement was followed by a link to a news article from New Scientist that briefly reported on our work. I assume you simply misunderstood that article because there is not even a mention of proteins anywhere in our paper, nor do I think it is correct, as some evolutionists have insisted. But no competent biologist would, after reading our paper with any care, insist or even suggest that, quote, 3 new and useful proteins appeared in the colony around generation 20,000, or any similar nonsense. It is only in your letter and in your acolytes' confused interpretation of our paper that I have ever seen such a claim. Am I, or the reporter for New Scientist, somehow responsible for the confusion that reflects your own laziness and apparent inability to distinguish between a scientific paper, a news article, and a confused summary posted by an acolyte on your own website? Third, it is apparent to me and many others who have followed this exchange and your online discussions of how to proceed that you are not acting in good faith in requests for data. From the posted discussion on your website, it is obvious that you lack any expertise in the relevant fields. Several of your acolytes have pointed this out to you, and that your motives are unclear or questionable at best. But you and your cronies dismissed their concerns as rants, and even expelled some of them from posting on your website. Several also pointed out that I had very quickly and straightforwardly responded that the methods and data supporting the evolution of the citrate utilization capacity are already provided in our paper. As further evidence of the absence of good faith discussion about our research, in a discussion thread that began even before you sent your first email to me, I counted the words fraud or fraudulent being used more than 10 times, including one acolyte, Tony T.
Tony Tiara. It's gotta be it.
Oh my God. Including one acolyte, Tony T, who says bluntly that I am, quote, clearly a fraudulent hack.
Well, if it isn't the young Earth creationist that told me I did a paint job.
In the discussion thread that also includes comments after my first one, the number of times those same words are used has increased to 20, with the word hoax also now entering the discussion. A few posters wisely counseled against such slander, but that did not deter you. It is surprising that someone with a law degree would make and allow on this website so many nasty comments that implicitly and even explicitly impugn integrity, and by extension that of my collaborators, without any grounds whatsoever, and reflecting only your dogmatic adherence to certain beliefs. Finally, let me now turn to our data. As I said before, relevant methods and data about the evolution of citrate-using bacteria are in our paper. In 3 places in our paper, we did say, quote, data not shown, which is common in scientific papers owing to limitations in page length, especially for secondary or minor points. None of the places where we make such references concern the existence of the citrate-using bacteria. They concern only certain secondary properties of those bacteria. We will gladly post those additional data on my website. It is my impression that you seem to think we have only paper and electronic records of having seen some unusual E. coli. If we made serious errors or misrepresentations, you would surely like to find them in those records. And as some of your acolytes have suggested, you might assert that our records are themselves untrustworthy because, well, as you said so, I guess. Perhaps because you did not bother even to read our paper, or perhaps because you aren't very bright. You seem to not understand that we have the actual living bacteria that exhibit the properties reported in our paper, including both the ancestral strain used to start this long-term experiment and its evolved citrate-using descendants.
Man, this is some TLDR. Sorry, buddy. Didn't read it. Don't care. Citrate-using nerd.
So the letter concluded with 4 postscripts. And obviously these are performative. This is online.
P.S. Fuck you.
Fuck you and you. Fuck you, Tony T.
So the last of the postscripts said this.
I noticed that you say that one of your favorite articles on your website is the one on deceit. That article begins as follows. Quote, deceit is the deliberate distortion or denial of the truth with an intent to trick or fool another. Christianity and Judaism teach that deceit is wrong. For example, the Old Testament says, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Careful about what it means before you go around bearing false witness against others.
All over literally cloudy liquid.
Yeah. You know what? I'll take this off today. The ones that we have now are so much stupider and that's not quite as funny.
Yeah. Now they are incredibly a lot nastier. Looking back, this is so quaint that this was considered epic. Sir, I see that you have not read the data. Let me direct you to where you can find it. And this was considered just a scathing slapdown. Nowadays, they like dox your address and harass you on your way to work and shit.
Right. These were the good old days when you actually had to form an opinion and write out an argument, as opposed to just sharing, a GIF or a meme, in place of having to do the actual thinking or writing.
Yeah, now they would just post like Jim from The Office.
yeah, exactly.
Like, got you, dude.
Yeah, there'd be a bunch of like popcorn GIFs.
Can you explain, Travis, why when I was visiting you every morning you read out this entire letter to yourself in the mirror?
It's how I hype myself up. It's better than coffee, honestly.
Yeah,
that's true.
Travis's therapist told him, to read something inspiring, to himself every morning, and this is what he chose.
Now, Travis, you have hypertension. You stay away from that happy stuff.
So, to close out the decade, in 2009, Andrew Shackley launched this project aimed to translate the Bible from its original languages into English in order to remove perceived liberal bias in the current English translations. Except the problem is the translators didn't really seem to be actually familiar with the languages that the Bible was written in. So instead, it wound up being just kind of rewording the King James Bible.
That's awesome. They're like, okay, well, first off, rich people can get into heaven. Forget the camel and the needle.
So the project is based on several principles, including a preference for conciseness over what they call liberal wordiness. They also said that the translation must not be influenced by what they call unscientific views, such as those that deny the global flood in Genesis. This is the King James version of Luke 11:53 and 54.
And as he said these things unto them, the scribes and the Pharisees began to urge him vehemently, and to provoke him to speak of many things laying wait for him, and seeking to catch something out of his mouth, that they might accuse him.
Of course, yeah, classic thing. The Pharisees tried to provoke Jesus, but he could not be provoked. But the conservative Bible, which was actually done by Andy himself, reads like this.
As Jesus told them off, the scribes and Pharisees furiously interrogated him about everything, plotting and seeking to quote him for a politically incorrect remark to use against him.
Oh my God.
So the Pharisees sought to cancel Jesus, below he was uncancelable.
I was joking, but I guess it's exactly what I thought.
Yeah. So there's also, I want to show you, this is Luke 12, verse 43 and 44 of King James Bible, and this is what it says.
Blessed is that servant whom his Lord, when he cometh, shall find so doing. Of a truth I say unto you, that he will make him ruler over all that he hath.
All right, and this is the conservative Bible version.
Blessed is that manager whose employer finds working so diligently. Truly, I tell you, he will promote that manager to run all of his affairs.
Okay, yeah. Immediate, your brains are... No, yes.
And lo, blessed is the employee who takes initiative, finds ways to save her employer money.
Incredible.
Blessed he who agreeth to work for a smaller wages.
I have one more example for you. This is from the King James Bibles. So 1 Corinthians, verse 1:17.
For Christ sent me not to baptize, but to preach the gospel, not with wisdom of words, lest the cross of Christ should be made of none effect.
And then that turns
In any case, Christ didn't send me to baptize. He sent me to preach the gospel, but not with the kind of liberal claptrap that would make Christ's sacrifice ineffectual.
Dude, you're putting
This is
liberal claptrap in
unreal.
the
Oh
bucket.
my god, how is this guy even taking himself seriously? You call yourself a Bible reader and you're like, you're turning it into like a workplace comedy? Like, come on.
I mean, like I said, like this guy was like marinated since birth in like just liberal versus conservative culture wars. I really think this is his metaphysics. This is his structure of reality. And so that sounds absurd to us, but like he reads the Bible and then because of his viewpoint, he changes terms to liberal claptrap.
That's amazing. He did a gritty reboot of the Bible.
Wait a sec. So I'm looking at these two passages, and there's no way you could even interpret the original passage to contain any kind of speaking out against like a different political viewpoint. What he's essentially saying, if I might do a little bit of Bible study myself, is he's basically saying like, I'm not here to baptize you, I'm here to like preach the gospel. And the gospel itself, it's not the words, it's the fact that Christ died on the cross that is effectual. Like, I'm not trying to force you, but I'm trying to show you how real this is so that you'll want to baptize yourself, essentially. There's no part of it, I think, that you could even as a stretch, kind of insert the idea of, a liberal claptrap. I mean, am I wrong?
If you were to view all lies and nonsense as liberal claptrap, like if they thought they were synonymous, then this translation makes sense.
I see. So his interpretations themselves are liberal.
Yeah.
You got the subject and the predicate, dropping off fake ballots. That's a grammar joke, everybody. All right, I'll be here all night.
I headshot you too.
Brains all over my computer.
Now, Conservapedia has long been the subject of vandalism. So the vandalism on wikis is when individual pages are replaced with parodies, or nonsense, or insults by trolls. And Conservapedia has a collection of this kind of vandalism called Essay Examples of Moronic Vandalism by the Tolerant, in sort of sarcastic quotes. And which is really it's kind of funny because it's like an entry of like all the times we were up on Conservapedia and got really mad about it. For example, there was like Johnny Cochran who replaced the Wikipedia entry on Conservapedia with just this.
Ricka tick a tick, talk tick tock talk, ring a ding ding, ring a ding, rick a dick dick, rick a dick dick, ring a ding a ding ding dong.
I believe he is quoting the iconic Snoop Dogg song in this post.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, Snoop Dogg famously rapped.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg famously
dick.
ring ding dong, ring a ding dick dick, rick dick.
This is amazing that he kept this. It's like, this is how dumb they are.
Yeah, they preserved this specifically to show Conservapedia.
Here is a list of all those tweets.
There's also someone named Overman added this Conservapedia's entry on homosexuality.
Homosexuality is a sexual attraction between members of the same sex. It is a approved by the Bible as an egregiously cool act. Also, Jesus himself enjoyed a good homosexual orgy now and then. Of course, this can only be found in the Bible. Uncut, the proper Bible.
Holy shit. Yeah. Some of the trolling was a little more subtle. For example, someone added this line to an entry on dinosaurs, which references the 1956 film Godzilla. A documentary exists starring the American actor Raymond Burr, in which a dinosaur menaces mainland Japan, but the veracity of the film is disputed. Nice. So that's the broad history of Conservapedia. So with all that in mind, I thought it would be fun to browse some of the articles that they offered today. One of the ones that really caught my eye was an article entitled Mystery: Why Do Non-Conservatives Exist? And if there are any women currently listening, obviously you should turn this off because it's going to be hard for you to understand this level of actuality and masculinity. This is what that entry says. Conservative principles are based on reason. So why do non-conservatives still exist? Here are some reasons.
Did not hear about conservative principles until after they made up their mind. Perhaps due to pervasive societal bias, refused to reconsider.
Genuinely lack a desire to find the truth and instead desire attention, praised by liberal teachers, getting along by going along, and not standing up to liberal bullies.
Refused to forgive themselves and let go of their past mistakes and image.
Believe myths created around government programs like the New Deal. The liberal policies create jobs instead of destroying them and depriving people of liberty through government control. Fucking hell, they went straight for the New Deal? This guy's a fucking monster.
The next one is fooled by the demonizing of conservatives and mistakenly feel that conservative benefits are available only to those who are from an intact family or privileged background.
Oh my god, conservative benefits.
Jesus Christ.
Refuse to rise above their personal reputations, often self-destructive, and conservatives who criticize their self-indulgent behavior.
Feel that they deserve to make more money than they do, as in public school teachers, university professors, and scientists, and refuse to rise above self-interest.
Oh my god, public school teachers, you fucking piece of shit.
The reason why you're not a conservative is that you think you deserve more money.
Job that kind of has inherent value as a public school teacher. It's so difficult to do, and you put up with so much bullshit. And I'm sure there's plenty of bad ones, of course, but man, I can't think of a more virtuous job. Fuck. Harbor a grudge against a conservative, typically a parent, but sometimes an ex-spouse, and refuse to forgive or rise above the animosity. Oh, this is so fucking awesome. My kids hate me, and my ex-wife hates me too. They can't rise above animosity to listen to me lecture them.
Like an anarchist, genuinely want to believe in and propagate destructive ideas. Due to the tendency of non-conservatives to refuse to admit this even to themselves, this number could be much higher.
Wow. Are susceptible to marketing and suggestion to an overlarge degree.
Humans think in opposites at the most primal logical level. As such, liberalism is sometimes an act of rebellion among the weak-minded.
Interpret Acts 4:32 to 5:11 as an endorsement of Marxist ideology. Oh my god.
I looked at these verses, and so clearly these verses in the Bible describe how the earliest Christians sold their possessions and distributed the money from their sales to anyone who had need.
Fuck, I was joking about the camel and the needle, and it's exactly that. What is wrong with the American mind? This is such a specifically American Christian mind. Fucking hell.
Yeah, like I said, this is a very weird, narrow American Christian conservative worldview.
But you're worshipping a false totem here, buddy. My friend, you should listen to Jesus.
On the topic of emotional gambling. I haven't heard of emotional gambling before, but this is what it is according to Conservapedia.
Emotional gambling is investing one's emotions in the uncertain outcome of an otherwise meaningless event, such as a sports contest. It is similar to gambling, except no money is at stake. Emotional gambling, like other kinds of gambling behavior, is highly addictive and can threaten the addict's capacity for a normal, healthy life. In that respect alone, it can be considered sinful. Emotional gambling distracts people's time and energy away from productive activities, such as reading the Bible. So he's saying that caring about sports is a form of emotional gambling. Holy shit, that's awesome. You sports ball people better start reading the Bible.
My 11th commandment is as follows. While watching the big game, one must not feel any sort of excitement or emotion, whether thy team winneth or loseth.
Do not change the amount of chicken wings that you are consuming according to your birth
your friends and invite them over for a day of fun and excitement, a small escape from the drudgery of your normal life. You must experience this supposedly fun event as you would any other.
There's also an entry on classism, which I thought was very strange and woke for an article in Conservapedia. Be concerned about discrimination against classes. But
Okay, sight unseen. This is going to be about how the rich are discriminated against. Well, God damn it.
this is what the conservative article on classism says.
Classism is the bias against, discrimination against, or dislike of an individual or group due to their social class. As with other forms of discrimination, such as the various forms of racism, classism is pervasive in leftist and liberal thought. Many supporters political movements, such as Brexit and Donald Trump's MAGA campaign, have faced abuse due to many having working class and rural backgrounds and are often stereotyped using classist lines.
Well, actually, that's correct. I stand corrected. I don't agree with a lot of this, but at least he's not bitching about the rich.
I think that when you're defining classism and you're thinking the very first example is people who support, I feel like there are perhaps more examples that are more pertinent that better illustrate what you're talking about.
Oh, you mean like busting a union or something?
Like busting a union, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
They also have an entry, of course, on Joe Biden. It is really good. I enjoy it. Here are just the first paragraphs.
Joseph Robinette Joe Biden Jr., a.k.a. Pops guy, and my chairman, born November 20th, 1942, is the authoritarian kleptocrat and dictator of the United States. The official position of the Biden regime, as articulated by its chief press spokesperson, is that political opposition is, quote, a threat to democracy. A prominent Holocaust trivializer, Biden has compared migrants who crossed the U.S.-Mexican border to Jews who perished in the Shoah. Okay, that is, now we're doing some fucking ninja, we're doing some gymnastics. Hell yes.
Yeah, so that's good. There's also this section headline dictatorial
Country, United States, military service, foreign, highest rank attained, political beliefs, socialism with Chinese characteristics, communism, Xi Jinping thought, just things like Marxism, liberalism, white supremacy, kakistocracy, political party, Democratic Party. Date of dictatorship, November 4th, 2020. Holy shit, man. Imagine coming here for information. This is fucking amazing.
Yeah, this is
scrambling
insane.
your brain. Trying to wrap my head around Xi Jinping thought.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around white supremacy.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I also like dictatorship. That's not even when he took office. That was just when he election.
And it doesn't make sense. You can't have a date of dictatorship. It would have to be the date of the beginning of his dictatorship or something. Poorly written, poorly thought out.
I think whoever wrote this is so fucking bad. They're not even thinking.
Yeah, they're
like
furious.
actually communicating accurate, clear information.
No, I think the most mad gets filtered to the top on this site.
Yeah.
Joseph Robinette, gay ass Joe Biden Jr., aka bitch.
They might as well have written that. It would be funnier.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was kind of curious to see how Conservapedia handles current events. Now, quite recently, 4 leaders of the Proud Boys were convicted of seditious conspiracy for their involvement in the events of January 6th. So I wanted to see what the entry on the Proud Boys looked like. And here's what Conservapedia has to say about that particular domestic extremist movement.
The Proud Boys are a multiracial, multicultural, multi-ethnic, international conservative or paleoconservative fraternal organization. Proud Boys describe themselves as Western chauvinists and espouse pro-Second Amendment, pro-free speech, anti-illegal immigration, anti-fascist, and anti-racist views. Let me guess, the kind of fascists you're thinking about are the Stalin kind. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I thought that was a weird way to describe the Proud Boys as anti-fascist and anti-racist. So the actual convictions of the 4 Proud Boys are described this way.
Federal prosecutors and defense attorneys delivered opening statements on January 12, 2023 in the seditious conspiracy show trial of former Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio and 4 other members. On May 4, 2023, Enrique Tarrio, Ethan Nordine, Joseph Biggs, Zachary Rail were falsely convicted of sedition and other alleged alleged felonies. Jurors did not reach a unanimous verdict on the sedition charge for Dominic Pizzola, but he was falsely convicted of other trumped-up charges.
I mean, like, trumped-up charges, that's not encyclopedic concept, you know?
No, this is more like opinionpedia.
If you ever wanted just like, an entire wiki based on like what your racist Fox News grandpa thinks.
Yeah. This is a good stress test. Yeah. You're like, Dad's shut down when I started to talk about this. Better go to Conservapedia and see what he believes.
Yeah, this is actually like a guide on how to like become a son again to your father that you're estranged from.
Conservapedia doesn't just have a problem with mainstream biology and geology, it also has a problem with mainstream physics. For some reason, it has this beef with relativity, as described by Albert Einstein. So Conservapedia has an entry on E equals mc squared, the equation that is supposed to describe the equivalence of mass and energy.
More like Jew equal MC bad.
So, here's how the equation is described on the E equals mc squared Conservapedia page.
Numerous attempts to derive E equals mc squared from first principles have failed. Political pressure, however, has since made it impossible for anyone pursuing an academic career in science to even question the validity of this nonsensical equation. Simply put, E equals mc squared is liberal claptrap. God damn. Does liberal claptrap have an entry on the uses it quite often?
Let me check, actually.
Oh, yes, please look it up for me afterwards, yeah.
It just says, things I don't like.
Physicists have never been able to unify light with matter, despite more than $1 billion worth of attempts, and it is likely impossible to ever do so. Biblical scientific foreknowledge predicts that there is no unified theory of light and matter because they were created at different times, in different ways, as described in the book of Genesis.
Okay,
So once again, do not be fooled by modern science coming in and discovering new things. They got it right the first time in the book from 1,000 years ago.
Numerous attempts to derive 1 + 1 = 2 have failed.
So I checked, and liberal claptrap is in fact an entry on Conservapedia. Liberal style, typically with self-serving conclusions. Liberal claptrap leaves the audience with nothing of substance, nothing that will help them personally overcome the inevitable problems of life, such as addiction.
Okay, what? That is so specific.
Is there a link on there that says, like, for articles about traffic lands, please click this link?
Conservapedia has a friendlier relationship to the field of quantum mechanics.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Surprising, yeah. This is because the authors believe that it can be tied to biblical creation, the resurrection of Jesus, and parables of Jesus. And this is what it says.
Quantum mechanics is the branch of physics describing fundamental uncertainty in subatomic behavior. Observation converts infinite uncertainty about where a particle is into a definite position. The logic of quantum mechanics predicts the possibility of the resurrection, akin to quantum tunneling. Okay. They rolled the rock off of the quantum tunnel and yay, did Jesus rise. The order created by God is on a foundation of uncertainty. The book of Genesis explains that the world was an abyss of chaos at the moment of creation. Quantum mechanics is predicted by biblical scientific foreknowledge. The parable of the sower, Matthew 13, 1-9, also embeds today,
which is this idea that Christ, it's not that he's like coming back from the dead, it's that we are waiting for him to sort of blip into this timeline, kind of like sliders, and so the idea that's the thing, Jesus could be blipping through like a bunch of different timelines, kind of going down the line and saving everybody, and we're just kind of waiting for him to blip into ours.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense to me. There are 100 different Jesuses, through 100 different timelines, an infinite amount of Jesuses and an infinite amount of timelines, and the rapture in this reality will only take place once he dies on the cross in a neighboring sort of dimension, and then uses quantum immortality to sort of pick up in this reality. So
can't wait to watch Christ into the multiverse.
How is this still running?
That's how I would pitch this.
we don't need a Christian MCU, I don't think.
There's some entries on social concepts. For example, here's the Conservativepedia entry on the concept of best friends forever. Best friends forever as a concept is the solidification of a partnership between two people who mutually identify the other as the person who will be their most valued friend throughout the rest of their life. In principle, the concept seems sound and affirming, but in practice, it has never worked. As the best friends forever commitment tends to be entered into prematurely by grade school students, typically females.
Oh my god, he is debunking best friends forever. He's debunking BFF.
Yeah, he's going after your top fives, you know.
Oh my god.
This is sacrilegious.
Oh my god, he's just going after stuff that's in the margins of like their notebooks. These little hearts that they keep putting above the I.
He's like, when I was a grade school girl, I did enter into a contract with somebody who I believed to be my friend for life. But then they turned around and started dating Susie Durkins behind my back.
On the surface, the S that appears to be the Superman S that people are building out of straight lines does seem like a cool thing. But beneath the surface, this S has done a lot of damage to the Bible.
There's also an entry on overrated sports stars.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Let me guess. Doesn't like Colin Kaepernick.
No, yes, yeah.
This whole thing is a wiki grudge. It's literally, you can look up.
Yeah, there were some obvious ones like Kaepernick. There were some less obvious ones too. It's just it's so like overboiling with resentment that certain athletes get a lot of positive press coverage.
Oh my god.
This is how it starts.
The lamestream media like to promote athletes based not on skill but for liberal reasons. Here are the most overrated sports stars. None are among the greatest conservative sports stars. 3 on this list, Lance Armstrong, Tom Brady, and Tiger Woods, have been punished for cheating. LeBron James and Tom Brady have declined to shake hands after losing in playoffs.
So here are a couple of the stranger entries from that list of 25 athletes. And number 1 is Andre Agassi. They writes, his rival Pete Sampras was far better, but Sampras is conservative. Agassi is a big donor to Democrat politicians.
That's it. That's why they're overrated. Wow, incredible. David Beckham retired early to the American MLS League and then became a bench warmer in the French League. His own British 2012 Summer Olympics team did not even want him. His real skill seems to be in catering to the liberal media. So true. I mean, one should not marry a girl who is too spicy.
Number 3, LeBron James. Over-promoted James is arguably the current best NBA player, but LeBron has sometimes even underachieved in key playoff games. He helped Miami win 2 titles and helped Cleveland win a come-from-behind title in 2016, but again, received absurd overhype, such as the media claiming he is, quote, superhuman.
I mean, you can sort of hear there's some sort of like, some conservative sports fan who watches Sports Center and just gets angry at the praise of athletes that aren't conservative enough for him.
Faces that show up on my television I hate.
And what is he talking about? Like, you hear tons about Kevin Durant and Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Like, this is he's just making shit up at this point.
Ben Roethlisberger. He only won the Super Bowl twice, but isn't that many times. Considering the team he's on with 6 Super Bowl rings. Despite this, there's more hype about him than there really needs to be. Okay. Wow.
2 Super Bowl wins? That don't impress me much.
You can't stop listing their W's and like the reasons he hates them. This one I have to agree with because I do not like Cristiano Ronaldo, the soccer player. His spectacular talents have been ruined by his self-obsession, vanity, and cravings of celebrity. He is now officially sad, despite being one of the luckiest men alive. His Portugal team was eliminated by Uruguay from the World Cup 2018, and Ronaldo's behavior towards officials was so disgraceful that it marred the tournament, as captured by photos. No, man, it didn't. Uruguay played really fucking well. They had 2 players, and yeah, I don't like Cristiano Ronaldo, but what are you fucking on about?
I don't know, this is just the weirdest shit. There's like at some point in last, 17 years or so, conservative media dropped all pretense of like, well, we're just offering like a neutral, or I guess something from a particular perspective. This is obviously just pure opinion and just anger that some people are getting good press coverage.
Yeah, this could have been a W for him if he just posted, your general sort of Wikipedia article and then added a couple conservative, linked to a couple conservative opinion pieces and been like, a conservative person said this about this, or they said this about this. It would have at least been, you know, this you just look at it and you're like, okay, this is like wiki grievance. Like, there's no...
Yeah, this entire website is a sentient fedora.
Conservapedia also has an entry for chivalry. Now, I thought this was really strange because the opening paragraphs include two separate mentions of Will Smith slapping Chris Rock and Dawson. Oh my god, it is just things I see on television.
Like, incredible. Just brainless.
The word chivalry comes from the French word for knight, chevalier. The popular game of chess is based on chivalry, and a prominent historical example of chivalry was the self-sacrifice during the sinking of the Titanic. Is he... Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is he...
Yes,
Wait.
he's talking about the film Titanic.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Let me just let this sink in. He is using a historical example of Leonardo DiCaprio's fictitious character sacrificing himself at the end of the movie.
This is fucking
sacrificing itself. I don't think it wanted to hit that iceberg.
Is he aware that the Titanic didn't actually sink in the movie? Like, that was just the set?
I think they're trying to say, like, the principle of, like, women and children first during the actual sinking of the actual Titanic is an example of chivalry.
Okay.
Well, he should have mentioned that because it sounds like he thinks that the movie is real.
Yeah, what's really confusing to me is that where we talk about, like, you know, historical chivalry. I was like, oh yes, the medieval system, right? You're talking about where the concept actually originated? No, I'm thinking about early 20th century, the Titanic.
That's right. Well, I think we know what he's actually thinking of. He's thinking of Leo slowly floating beneath the water as Rose, that freaking shrew, lets him die for no reason because he could have fit.
He continues, he says, in 2022, an example of chivalry was Will Smith face-slapping Chris Rock on stage at the Academy Awards for Rock's unfunny joke about Smith's wife.
Oh my god, it's like face-slapping, okay? He did not slap his butt and go, hey, good on you.
Leftists hate chivalry, perhaps because it is intrinsically heterosexual. By undermining chivalry, leftists erode the cultural support of heterosexuality. Liberals hypocritically banned Will Smith for 10 years for his act of chivalry at the Oscars in 2022, even though movies depend on similar displays of chivalry in order to attract viewers.
Okay, let's be clear. Knights are the gayest possible people. They spent their time fucking jousting in front of rich people, and I mean, they were like legendarily full of themselves, and you know, like, what the actual fuck are we reading or covering? This is demented.
I just hope Will Smith like doesn't see this stuff and go, oh, awesome, I have like a whole new audience that's like totally down for me. Like, I'm gonna cater to them.
I wish Will Smith would slap Travis for making this episode.
Conservapedia also includes an entry of famed film critic Roger Ebert. It was really strange because very short and only mentioned two films that Ebert ever talked about: Passion of the Christ and the pro-intelligent design creationism film Expelled No Intelligence Allowed. And here's basically the meat of that entry.
Although Ebert wrote that it was the most violent film he had ever seen, Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ, 2004, 4 out of 4 stars. Showing true liberal duplicity, Ebert refused to review the film Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed, because of its expose of the atheist agenda in science and education. But even though he refused to review the film, he nonetheless about the film is blog, where he criticizes minor points involved in the production of the film, and then uses that to make it seem that he has also rebutted the main points of Ben Stein's argument. Conservatives and creationists were outraged that such a trusted movie critic would use his column as a pulpit to proclaim his own personal politics. But dude, you named your... If you think it's annoying that liberals talk about their politics, you named your Wikipedia Conservapedia. Like, you couldn't be a more annoying political guy, like, that is constantly harping about his beliefs.
Well, I did not know that this was the Ben Stein that he was talking about.
Yeah, for some bizarre reason, Ben Stein hosted the biggest intelligent design documentary.
Yeah, Ben Stein was recently torn apart by unfrozen chimps in an experiment at Michigan State.
So I got one last entry for you. So Conservapedia includes an entry on the video game industry.
Yes.
Excellent.
Jake is happy.
Which you can imagine it's not enough. So here's what Conservapedia has to say about the video game industry.
Unfortunately, the video game industry has a long history of unintentionally, or in some cases deliberately, spreading liberal values and ideals at odds with traditional conservative values. Examples: excessive profanity, many times to the point of being added for shock value. Ridiculous design of blood and gore, virtually every allowing players to be terrorists.
Allowing players to have fornication with prostitutes. All Grand Theft Auto video games. Wrong!
It should be noted this is optional, as no GTA game has ever forced a player to fornicate with a prostitute. It's an unavoidable storyline event, but it does provide the player with some other gameplay moments. A downside, like a sexually transmitted disease, inadvertently encouraging the idea of unprotected sexual relations outside of marriage.
Dude, this guy's worried that people are nutting in a video game. He is so angry.
Welcoming to more violence, such as providing bonus points for extra murders. Almost every single game that provides bonus points
That's just one start what you saw out there. And I know there were people who thought, well, that at least has earned him another spot. Nope, right back down. There's no guarantees with Cap because he hasn't been able to get people out. And Cap's 29. And you might ask yourself, well, why do you keep mentioning age? Because age is a big deal. Age is a big deal in professional sports, especially when you're rebuilding. Because 34-year-olds are not what you rebuild with. Now, you might say, well, you like to have veteran guys. You do like to have veteran guys, but they've got to be able to get outs. Because veteran guys that can't get outs can't mentor young guys. Because young guys are going to look at him. I mean, if you're a young guy, and a veteran guy's coming up and talking to you, and this guy can't get anybody out, and he hasn't pitched in Major League Baseball since 2018, he's been over in Korea. If you're a young guy, you looking at that for inspiration? Probably not. And I know that's tough to say, but it's just a reality. We got to deal with reality. I can give you, the play by Noda was great tonight. That was a super cool play. Made you think of Mark Burley. They played it on NBC Sports California. My guy Noda walked again. Peterson gave you a little something with a home run. Nick Allen was on base 3 times tonight. Nick Allen had 2 hits. But, I mean, some stuff you just got to be real honest and go, wow. What are you going to do with Drew Rosinski? But, you know what? I'll give you another one. How about the bullpen that has been so bad this year? The worst in baseball. Covered you for the rest of the game. Didn't give up a run. And this bullpen came in today with 106 walks. Think about that. The bullpen, okay, going into today's action, starters had walked 98 batters, the bullpen 106. Takes live, but walking more batters. 33, 65. Your phone calls next, right here on the
The underdogs also had athletics win their first championship since they were in Philadelphia in 1930.
Hi, I'm Raleigh Fingers, Hall of Famer, 3-time World Series champion with the Oakland A's, and World Series MVP. Winning takes teamwork, skill, and heart. So when you need an ace for a personal injury lawyer that will win you the game, go with the winning team. Call Bernardi Zerata at 833-VZ-FOR-ME or go to VZLawFirm.com. Bernardi Zerata, the official injury law firm of the Oakland A's.
Is convenience a state of mind or a real thing? At Extra Mile, it's a real thing, and it's in everything they do. The stores are spacious, organized, clean, and well lit, so you can get in quickly, get what you need.
Office Knowledge. Make your championship decision with UBO Business Services. Visit them at ubeo.com. That's ubeo.com.
Home run. Broke the back there, shallow center. It's going to drop for a base hit. It's around 30. Me to line up today for a concert tomorrow. There's no way. I don't care who it is. You could bring anybody back in a time machine, and I am not lining up and hanging out at the Coliseum for a concert that's tomorrow. So if you know who BTS is, K-pop, playing here tomorrow. We have people lining up in the parking lot since earlier today, like before BP. And I was asked tonight, well, who would you line up for? I'm like, nobody. a person you can get me to spend the night here at the Coliseum. And I'm like, don't these people already have tickets? Why can't you just show up tomorrow? You're going to spend the night? That is the power of some international stars, though. And this kid, he's like 30 years old. I'm looking him up because I know BTS came here and they were huge. But I guess he's gone solo. And he's selling it out tomorrow night. So everybody get ready. Parking lot is going to be packed. Suga from BTS.
Crazy. Just plain crazy.
Bill King knows exactly how I feel. But I tell you what, I'm not hating on this kid. Well, he's 30. He's not a kid. Make your money. Whatever he's doing, keep doing it if you get people to line up a day before. That's power right there. Wow. Good for him. Let's go to Robert in Portland. I know you're a BTS fan. Welcome to the A's Clubhouse Show.
Well, no, I'm not up to date on that, but there's a few acts I would show up for. I mean, you know.
Okay, Robert, what would you show? What would you spend the night? What would you show up? I mean, they're just not spending the night. They've been out here since before BP. So they've been out in the sun all day. Now it's freezing cold. They're going to be sleeping, I don't know, in tents. I didn't actually get to see it, but they're somewhere outside the Coliseum right now, out in the elements. And the concerts they probably won't let them in till tomorrow, till like 5 o'clock or whatever. Who would you stay in line and 48 hours to wait and see?
If McCartney and Ringo and Clapton got together on a road show with a couple other guys, and there were very, the tickets obviously was going to be only one show in the Bay, or here in Portland, I'd probably do that.
You're gonna throw some Beatles and Clapton together. That'll get you to stay up all night long.
If you two went on another.
Sleep out on the concrete all night long for you too?
No, because it depends upon where the venue is. I know a guy that used to produce a lot of those shows. I'm not going to name drop here, but I knew some guys who made a lot of money doing that. But the big problem was, a lot of cheaters. So you get in line early.
Well, I tell you what, I hope these people, when it gets really dark and it gets cold and all the cats start prowling around, because the kitties, they like to hang out at night, and there's a lot of cats on the property, and then our old friend the possums start coming out. Oh boy, it's going to be a little fun night here at the old Collie. You think you're just hanging out and you're laying on the ground, next to you something's licking your face. That's not your girlfriend. That's the old kitty. Oh, it's going to be a fun night out here.
Hey, what's the earliest you got to Pebble in 2010? You remember when they had the last big tourney there? My son and I, we showed up. We tried to stay in Gilroy, it was sold out. And we got to Salinas, it was sold out. So we parked in the parking lot right near Fort Worth. And then took the bus, and the first bus was like, I think, 5:58. We took it in, but that's something I'd say, I'd drive in all the we slept in the car. But that's something I'd do.
You're talking about the U.S. Open.
Did you go to any of those opens?
Yeah, I've been to every U.S. Open at Pebble since I've lived here. And yes, I did cover I covered the 2000 U.S. Open, the Tiger Woods one, the famous Jack Nicklaus's last U.S. Open. And no, I did not sleep in my car. Not a chance.
What about the 91 when it was blowing like hell on the Sunday?
I think that was 1990. Was that 90 or 92?
Yeah, 90.
That was Tom Kite one. I was in high. Was it 90? Yeah, I was in high school during that time, so I was not here.
Oh, okay, all right. Hey, you asked me to do a little tour, and I kept up the date when they're gonna start bringing out some people, but I don't think, with the option rules, 3 years options, don't be allowed the young guys to have control of. It's 3 years of options. Aren't I correct on that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think the guy that maybe I'd like to see Roy versus Salinas get brought up if we keep fumbling with all these so-called starters and prospects, even though he's in Midland right now. I like him. I think they're going to bring him up when they get home. In Tampa Bay on June 12th. They'll probably only have about 15 wins. I think that's when they're going to pull the trigger on some of these vets.